Hey there, guys. Hey there, Birdie. Good to see ya. We're back with Dragon Quest I. So, last time we did actually finish the game, and I think we ended stream a little bit early and had the usual technical difficulties. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm plagued with technical difficulties for this game. But besides that, we did finish the game and got the, I guess, the normal ending. Turns out there is a true ending, but for us to get the true ending, we have to go back quite a distance. So, you probably can see here, there are now two save files. So, the top file is our main file where we did finish the game and got to the ending, thus we get the title Erdrick. The second file is a brand new file, which I used the same name, basically, because we're just rerunning the whole thing again. But essentially, I sped run my, like, a good distance. Let's get off this menu so I can show you where I'm at the moment. So yeah, we made it all the way back over here to the Citadel of the Metal. And as you can see, we've made some significant progress throughout the world. But the plan was to get up to where the story branches off of where we can get the normal ending and the true ending. And it turns out, to get the true ending, we basically have to have Princess Gwaelin join us for the entirety of the rest of the journey. That is how you get the true ending. So basically, once we rescue her, we can never go back to Tantagle's castle. That is completely locked off for us. So I guess if you happen to have missed the ending or missed a good chunk of the previous playthroughs, I guess you'll get to see them again because we are running back through the story again. I don't think too much changes, but a couple of things do change with us actively not going back. One thing is we're going to have difficulty with is not knowing where we're supposed to go. It's kind of why I ended up taking Gwaelin back, because that's what the game told me to do. But now that I've looked over a walkthrough as well as I have it by my side, I think I should know what we need to do. So, first things first, you need to get back up to the point where you have access to the magic key. Another thing about having the magic key is that we'll never be able to get the last treasure in there. Until probably, not even post-game I don't think, but yeah, you will be missing one of the skills in there because you can't get the ultimate key until way after getting the magic key. So we've done up to the magic key, we rescued the captain guard, we've made our way and rescued the dwarf who was sick as well. We've actually went to the fairies village early, so apparently you can just walk into the fairy village without having ever triggered the fairy village, and just the only thing that happens is that the fairies do not show themselves, they're completely gone. But you still can gain access to a lot of the items. As you can see, we already have the fairy foil in our inventory, sort of thing. I cannot remember if I picked up Orochi's sword. Turns out Orochi's sword was down in the well in, I think, coal or something like that, and I just forgot to go back. Apparently that's the current strongest thing. I've been following a walkthrough in terms of, like, what to do. So, that is currently what I'm using and have by my side, because I've been using a walkthrough. So, one of the things we need to do upon getting the magic key, I believe, is we actually need to go here first. So last time we did this way later. But here, we need to get the Sunstone immediately, because since we can't come back to the castle ever, and you need the Sunstone to finish the game, you need to grab the Sunstone now at this point to continue on the path of the true ending. Ever have I known that one descendant from mighty Erdrick would one day visit me here. Dost thy having been able to enter this place alone signify that thou art that long-awaited visitor? And I have a gift for thee, friend. Apparently the magic key is just really rare to get, I guess. Long, long ago, mighty Erdrick did entrust the Sunstone to a man who was a Chancellor of Tantagle at the time. He passed it to his firstborn child, and they to theirs, and so on down the years. Its existence hath remained a secret even from those of the royal family, even from my own son, who doth now serve as chancellor. Forgive me, I imagine it was no easy task finding it or me, but these are the steps necessary in order to keep such treasures from the hands of the wicked. Oh, I see that thou art a stoic yet magnanimous soul, just as thine ancient ancestor was, if my own is to be believed. Thou wilt bring light onto our realm once more. Of that I have no doubt. Long now have I kept my vigil here, I grow tired. Soon I must take my rest at last. Hey Cryo, good to see ya. Something in thee surely bringeth to mind mighty Erdrick, hero of legend. I pray that thou too may bring peace onto the land, brave Dain. Alright, now that we've got the Sunstone, we can never come back to, I guess, this area again, so we probably want to make sure we clear out as much of Tentacle Castle before we finish up the game. I have a feeling there will just be some things we just cannot get once this castle becomes locked off for us. But it's good to see you, Cryo. Probably mini-medals, I would say, something that's here that I should double-check and make sure that all the mini-medals... Because I have made sure I've collected every mini-medal that is currently possible. But I'll just quickly double-check. Okay, there is a mini-medal up in Tentacle Castle, so we'll probably go and grab that real quick. But, you've just arrived at us. We're currently replaying through Dragon Quest I in the attempts to get the true ending. Which requires us to never come back here again, essentially. So we're going to do our best to get everything that we can before we get to that point. I don't believe we need every single mini-medal like last time. But obviously some mini-medals are still handy than others. I don't remember if there's anything beyond that point. Yeah, we just need to head up to the second floor. What's needed for the true ending? So what's needed for the true ending is that we never come back here with Princess Gwaelin. Instead, we end up taking Princess Gwaelin along with us for the entirety of the rest of the journey. And thus, we get additional dialogue and, I guess, added things to the cutscenes. It's not too big of a difference, but yeah, it kind of makes their relationship a little bit more stronger, the idea of these two growing closer via just traveling together rather than her having to just sit back and wait. Oops, I did forget to grab the mini-medal in the Sunstone rune. But yeah, the thing is that as soon as you come back here, you've basically locked yourself out of the true ending anytime you come back here with Princess Gwaelin. So we kind of have to do everything we can here before we get to that point. But yeah, the game is... we did finish the game, and it only took us like 4 attempts, 4 like streams. So I assume this will go a little bit quicker with us just knowing what we need to do, as well as I have a walkthrough next to me in order to like get an idea of what we need to do. That's outside of Tentacle. Okay, I think we've pretty much cleared all the mini-medals that are in Tentacle Castle itself. Wait, the princess? Yeah, so if you remember when we were playing up in, I think, the second episode, we rescued Princess Gwaelin from her captors, and then we escorted her back to Tentacle, and she gives you a necklace that allows her to communicate with you. So... actually, now that with you saying that question makes me think that you don't know what's going on. She's been kidnapped by the Dark Forces, and we rescue her, and then we escort her back to the castle, and she remains there for the rest of the game. The idea is that instead of returning her to the castle, we basically take her along with us. It sounds like a second kidnapping. The funny thing is that this is technically the true ending, because the item you get at the very end of the game is actually referenced in the second game. So I felt like it'd be best to go for the true ending. And it's not technically a second kidnapping, we're just helping her go fight the person who kidnapped her, pretty much. Alright. I've gotta also be careful that I don't get cursed in any circumstances too, because I don't know if I can actually come back. I think I can come back into town here, but probably best I clear up as much as I can of town before we head off. Plus, during the main game, Princess Gwaelin is shown to, like, quickly develop feelings for the hero. And it just feels more realistic for her to join us. That will not hold up in court. Probably not. Oh, can we... I guess we can't get this chest again. Yeah, she basically, after you rescue her, she ends up developing feelings for you, so it makes it feel a little bit more realistic that she's with us and, I guess, developing those feelings along the journey rather than just casually. Also, this isn't, like, back in the day sort of thing. And even if you do return to the castle, she is watching you constantly using the princess necklace. So it's just the difference between whether she's with us and in person or in spirit, really. Okay. Your Honor, we took her so she could beat up her captor. Honestly, have you seen the awful stuff that the Dark Forces did to her? Like, you'd be horrified, honestly. Okay. Might not be able to get this magic. Need the ultimate key to get that. There's a mini medal in there, so might not be able to get that mini medal by the looks of it. Okay. I think that's everything that can be gotten in Tantacle. Just gonna do a quick double check. Because I think, how many medals have I got so far? 15. Yeah. Regardless of what you say, Cryo, considering it is technically the true ending for us to have her join us in our adventure, that's pretty much how it is. I do not know if this was a thing in the original game. That's my only interest, really, because I've never played the original game, so I genuinely do not know what, like, what's the word? I do not know what's different between the remake and the original, if in the original you could still have her join you. But it seems that some people have mentioned that her being next to you seems to imply that no, it's not a thing, but I think it also might be that in the original you also could just leave her, which is pretty horrid. So, rescuing her and taking her on the journey is probably a little bit better than, oh, by the ways, we just left her behind. Like, because, yeah, that is legitimately one of the endings, I think, is that you can end up leaving her behind and the king scolds you for doing such a stupid thing. So, yeah, you beat the Dragon Lord, but you forgot to bring the captor back. Is not exactly the best course of action. But anyways, last time we did this, we barely beat this dragon on our second go. The difference now being is that I'm a lot stronger. Basically, I think I grinded up to about the level I'm supposed to be when fighting the golem. Because if you remember that golem fight, that wasn't terribly fun either. Oh yeah, just a slap on the wrist for abandoning his daughter. I cannot remember. I think he just basically tells you to go back and go get her. So it's like, it just means that you can't finish the game until you go back and get her, so it's... Probably want to go down this path. We do need to grab a couple of things. We need to head over there and grab that. But yeah, the old games obviously had some crazy differences in their, I guess in their stories and stuff like that. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. I'll have to go back the other way. Because I think in the second game, like, they were planning to have, like, multiple endings for a lot of things. Depending on who in your party lived or died. Because in the original 2, I believe you could, one of your party members ends up getting sick. Or something like that. And you can actively choose not to take, like, heal him and just bring him along for the rest of the party. And the implications is that he kind of dies of sickness, which is a really horrid thing to think about, but like that was one of the things that could happen. Or like if he died in the final battle, they just permanently stay dead, like whoever party members you didn't have. This was, I don't know if this was like something they implemented or this was something that you could just, it was like in their draftings. I'm completely unsure about that because, like, I haven't played the other games. But it was actually implied that there was a scrapped ending that if you didn't save that particular party member, who's, I believe he's the Prince of Cannock, if you didn't save him, his younger sister would assassinate you after the end of the story. And it's just like, holy hell, that is dark. Luckily, that was all scrapped, so... But I don't believe the death thing was scrapped. Yeah, with good reason, but like, yeah. It's pretty dark. And it's made funnier because in the remake for 2, the little sister actually is the 4th party member they advertised as joining you on the party, so that's already a difference in the story. Okay, so I got the madcap, got the madcap's huge, so we really need that one. We got the immune, we got that. Right, now we just gotta fight the boss here. I don't think there's anything else. But yeah, the Dragon Quest has some crazy things that happen. Like, anytime I think about Dragon Quest stuff, I'm always like, ah yes, Dragon Quest, the game with whimsical design. But also it has soul-crushing moments I hope you enjoy, because that's how it feels sometimes. Like, our last playthrough of Dragon Quest I, which was last session, we ended up finding out more information about the ending of 3, since 3 is the prequel to this game. And my goodness, they made 3's ending, which was already a very bittersweet ending, even more upsetting. And I was like, I think when I spoke with Connor, because he was there when I... in 3's final, like, hours. I guess slight spoils of what happened to, Akira's father. He was there when he watched that, and as well as the ending, and he was just like, fuck this game, he was so upset, and I was like, sorry bro, it gets even worse. Alright. So we have to do the same thing as we did last time. How many tragic ends can this series have? Sheesh, I don't know. 11 had its own tragic ending for Arc 1. Technically, this game has a bad ending, which... Quickly throw this. But yeah, basically there's a bad ending in this game too. If you when you fight the Dragon Lord, he asks, he's like, hey, I see you're strong and I'm actually supposed to help you out, technically. And do you want to rule half the world? You legitimately can say yes, and you immediately get the bad ending. And it's either implied that that decision of saying yes as well, or you dying on the way of the journey, basically branches off and creates Dragon Quest Builders 1. What? Yeah, I can't wait till we get into Builders 1. Yeah, like, this reaction that she has makes sense because before we even get here, the dark forces are like forcing her to see her parents over and over again, including her late mother and her father, who's currently alive. And then they burn her parents in front of her to try and get the information from her. Like, of course she's terrified out of her mind. Jeez. But yeah, I do intend to play the Builders games at some point. I probably will play it after 1 and 2's completed here. But yeah, Builders 1 takes place after this game's alternate ending, and Builders 2 takes place after Dragon Quest II. I'd never want to be royalty in this series. Oh yeah, probably not, considering what happened in 11. Poor Lumos in our playthrough. Alright, I believe we do have the Madcap equipped. Yep, so we should be using less MP here. But we're also just way higher level than I normally would. But we still have to be careful, because this is still a tough fight. But we do have the strongest current weapon that we possibly can have at this point. And I did go to the Citadel to pick up a bunch of stuff with the mini medals. So I do have access to Wild Side as such, and some other skills, which honestly, massive that I had like that, because holy hell. Some of the early fights were a lot easier to complete when I had better spell slots and stuff like that. Okay, now he's got Wild Side as well. Might just try and wait out the... wait out his Wild Side real quick. It's annoying. Let's not play this risky, let's just let's just finish this fight without dying. I say as we are losing health fairly quickly. I do not have any items. That was a bad play. I thought I had herbs. Dang it. It was I should have just attacked. Oh well. Okay, I don't think I'll use Dodgy Dance because... Let's just go into the fight. Worst time to realize you forgot to restock your supplies, I know. And also, I will admit, I am far higher level than I was when I did this fight last time. I still flubbed it. Goes to show that this game still will do its best to hold me back at times. I'm just hoping we don't get a repeat of what happened last time with that one bot battle at the top of the tower. The thing is like, I don't think I have any other spells besides Dragon Slash that does a ton of damage to this guy. I'm pretty sure nothing else does. Just gonna defend for a little while. But I think another reason I didn't have all the supplies was just because I did rush through this part of the, up to this part of the game, so it was ready for stream. So that's probably a big reason why. Do that. And we'll just keep swinging. I'll save my MP just in case. Hey, nice crit. What do I want to do here? I feel like he's close to death. That's the problem, is I can't tell how close to death he is. Like, surely. He's in the orange. Come on. Oh, cool. He crits me. That's so dumb. Oh, goodness. I love this game of how it's just like, haha, you thought you were winning. Too bad. Like, I have never had this abysmal luck on a game other than Dragon Quest I. Oh, goodness. Man probably had 1 HP, yeah. The crit into the immediate, like, attack. Hey, Helion, good to see you. I understand how I'm having even harder time beating this guy than I did the first time I did this fight. Maybe I should have brought some magic water. Problem is, if I quit this fight, I have to go back through the cutscene again, so I kind of have to accept that and just keep fighting. Yeah, screw it, why not? Just out of curiosity to see how much damage. Oh, if I just done what? If I just plowed through it like minus health, I would have won. Okay, that's how you do it. Sometimes it's not about strategy. Sometimes it's just about just absolute brute force. That's clearly the message here. Alrighty. Alrighty.
聖なる卵は闇に染まってしまいました。間もなく深く恐ろしい
So we've
闇が
technically seen these cutscenes
世界を覆い
already,
尽く
but
すでしょ
I
う。
thought we might as well play them
過
again.
去なき大地は衰
Gives me a bit of a chance to
太陽も
re-remember.
雨も虹も力を失っていく。勇者よ、大地に再び加護をもたらすのです。
But yeah, pretty much that's just saying, hey, by the way, the ending of 3 caused all this.
あなたの助けを待っています。
There was nothing we could do about it because the dragon egg was back in the other realm.
お願いいたします。一刻も早く。
Yeah, go to their aid, go southward with all haste.
ごめんなさい。役目を果たせたと思ったら気が抜けて足に力が入らないのです。勇者様、私を連れて帰って。
Alright, so this is where the true ending changes, basically, at this very point. So, instead of heading back towards the castle, like is mentioned, we're going to instead head forward towards the... I think the Weird Wood was where we go next. I believe that's how we get the true ending in this game. I can double check to be sure. Because, yeah, as you can tell, you get locked off pretty hard once... Yeah, there's 3 endings, and they say this ending is the true ending. Please tell me she at some point asks why she hasn't been taken home yet. I don't know, maybe she forgets, but yeah. Let me see. Yeah, throughout the story, you unlock a spiritual variation by bringing Princess Gwaelin all the way to the final battle. I mean, eventually we'll escort her home. Like, that's kind of true, but... There's just a very long distance. And technically, you do get achievements in the PlayStation version of this game because the PlayStation version has, like, achievements and stuff. This game doesn't because this is the Switch version. But yeah. So technically, as you can see, the pointer is telling us to head back to Tentacle. But there's also now a new pointer, which is pointing down at the bottom, near the, just below the fairy village. So we're gonna head to the fairy village first, because we did pick up that, thing. Oh, this is the flower field. Wrong location. I need to go to the fairy field. But yeah, this is technically the only thing that's sort of different is that you just basically have Gwaelin with you for the entirety of the journey. The implications that you carry her around for the entirety of the journey means, my goodness, the hero is one strong guy. Regardless of how much she weighs for who she is, she's, like, still holding a human, like, most of the way. I mean, he is wearing armor as well, so I'd assume he has some decent amount of strength, but still. I think last time I did this, I did have her, like, with us while we made this particular thing. Alrighty. Problem is that I desperately need a heal as well. But yeah, there's an achievement for taking the princess with you to an inn. Yeah, that's been in the games for ages, to be honest, so I can't really make much comment on that. Anyways, now that we are ready to go, because I'm pretty sure there's nothing else we can really do here, I guess the closest place is the Citadel. I'll probably save here as well, considering this is technically the point of no return, so we can never go back to Tentacle at this point. And I mean, we're gonna do our best not to. But that was a big reason why I gathered everything we can, because, yeah. The mini-medals are handy. Like, a lot of the stuff, I think... the thing is, I didn't even use the war drum. I worked so hard to get the war drum, and I didn't use it, I realize. I think the thing I used the most here was, like, getting the metal wing boomerang, which is really big, to get as early as possible. Dragon shield is technically weaker than what I have already. Mr. Hero, I've been noticing we're walking the complete opposite direction. You know, the place I asked to be taken back to. Yeah. Alright. But there are some benefits for having Princess Gwaelin with you. She actually, from what I've heard, is she does help you by giving you buffs and stuff. That's what I've heard. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. It's still gonna be... It's gonna be kind of rough if I keep getting KO'd while she's there. Because I can imagine that's pretty traumatic. Alrighty. But yeah, the difference here is that last time we came here in this location, we basically were here and the princess was able to clear the place using the Lost Woods here, using her powers from afar. So the difference is here is she's actually with us. I believe we just need to go through every single exit until the game notes that we're lost. Because I think there is, like, there's something holding this place that's just making me spin around in circles. Something is amiss. Wouldst thou not agree, Dain? Though, 'tis surely madness to suggest it, we appear to be treading the same ground over and again. Thinkest thou that this might be... Almighty Rubus, I call upon thy holy power. Reveal the path ahead. The illusions are gone. The path ahead is clear. Onward, beloved. Alright. Now we shall be able to open the map. Okay, so there is a couple things we do want to grab before we head off towards the exit, because there are some decently good items here. One, there is a mini medal, and two, there's a ton of gold. So, best we grab that stuff now. How close am I to another level up? Yeah, about a boss fight's worth. I have to walk all the way back. Yeah, I guess this is the Lost Woods before the Lost Woods existed. But yeah, as you can see here, when you are fighting, Princess Gwaelin does stand back. So she's not going to get involved in any of the fights, as you can imagine. Ready. 2,000 points, so, and that gave me 200. So if I kill 10 trees, technically I can level up. It might be a good idea to do that before I head into the next area, because the next area does have a boss. Oh, jeez. Probably don't fight that many different enemies. As much as that would give me a ton more EXP, fighting multiple different types of enemies means I have to fight them one at a time regardless. Okay. Let's head up this way. So there should be a sword up here, which is the Siren's sword. Oh, okay. They're separated into two groups. Cool. Oh, that's not good. Immediate confusion is never good. Okay. This one guy has to stop casting. Alright. I realize she's probably going to comment every time we fight. Oh well. I'm sure I'll get used to it after a while. Let's put some holy protection on just for a little while. So there should be a sword here. Okay. I'm pretty sure I used the Siren Sword for quite some time too. Oh yeah. Let's put out my inventory. Okay, let's not make that mistake and at least have some medicine on hand and some magic water on hand. So, against the dragon situation, we won't run out of MP. Honestly, running out of MP is like one of the biggest challenges in this game. Oh, right, I also grabbed some seeds, didn't I? I did. I can consume these and boost my stats a little bit. I did get a couple of seeds of agility whilst I was fighting some metal slimes to grind. Oops. Run out MP, it's game over. Pretty much. Like, you don't have any other party members to assist you. And we don't have access to Do we have access to Focus Pocus yet? I don't think so. Focus Pocus would help. Because that slowly restores MP. And also there is technically a sigil you get later on where whenever you shield, you get MP from shielding. So that is handy, but we do not have that as of now, so there's nothing we can do about that right now. Okay, get ourselves a mini medal, so we should be able to get the swallowtail now. This guy's back. Lamau, I'm pretty sure that that attack I did cost much more MP than using Flame Slash and did about the same amount of damage. I don't think we'll be able to level up before we fight the boss in this area. Unless I purposely grind for a little bit. And a part of me is like, maybe I should. Considering this game really likes to just, hit me with the, hey, by the way, you thought you were doing well. Nuh-uh. Reverse card. Holy hell, that was a crit. I don't know if Zap just has a higher crit rate, but it feels like I critted quite a bit back when I was fighting the final boss with it. I think the highest damage roll was like in the 900s I got on that fight, which was wild. I probably do not know how high I want to get my level up as well. That's another thing too. So, if you saw how our file looked at the beginning of the stream, our previous save's level was 45, and even then I was a little bit struggling to get the final boss beaten. So I do not know entirely, like, how high of a level we need to go, pretty much. Oh right, this cutscene would be slightly different too. Because the difference was that when we came here, we were told to do something else. I have to also realize that I am slightly overpowered in this area. And I don't need to use my strongest attacks. So yeah, this cutscene would be different.
Oh, Yusha-domo! Yatto aeta! どうしても力になりたくて後を追ってきたのだ。
姫様も無事で何よりです。君の背中は私たちが守る。安心して先に進んでくれ。
精霊ルビスよ、悪しき幻を払いたまえ。
Interesting. So there is a slight dialogue change here, because the princess is here.
Honmonoの彼女は私をローラ様と呼びます。初めて護衛となった日に私が名前で呼んでほしいと頼んだから。 彼女は約束を忘れる人ではありませんわ。あなたですね。私を捕らえ、幻を見せていた魔物は。
その通り。貴様は危険だ。 ここでキス。我が主、あの方のために。
It's really interesting that the cutscene's like totally different.
ローラ姫、勇者が死ねば。 今度こそお前の心も折れるだろ
う。勇者様は負けませんわ。私は信じています。
Alright. So last time we fought these guys, I also realized they're starting at like half MP. That's probably not a good thing. But yeah, basically we do need to take out all three of them at the same time. Might have to redo this fight. No, I don't have it. Didn't have enough MP. I had the strategy, but didn't have enough MP. Okay, so I just have to take a magic water early on. Alright. The venom attack probably helps out in the long run. Okay. What do I want to do here? Because I didn't get damage this time. I need them to hit me. I realize. Now the game's like, haha, no hitting. Okay, finally. Been envenomed. That's a good sign. Alright. This should work now. Oh wow, that poison did a lot more damage. Maybe it won't work. No! Seriously? Come on! That miss is so bad. Come on, hit. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, I got so worried there. Okay. And we level up so we can get all our stuff back. Which is good. I didn't realize how... I thought the boss fight was a bit further on. That was my mistake. Bye-bye. Yep, we've got to go fight that golem. That's gonna be fun.
私は妖精族の長です。魔物の現実にとらわれていましたが、あなたたちのおかげで自由になることができました。ありがとう、勇者よ。そしてローラ姫。声に聞き覚えがあるのは当然です。私は夢の中で幾度もあなたに語りかけてきたのですから。
族長様、私はラダトームの王女ローラと申します。ルビウス様の予言にあった大地に再び加護をもたらす術を知る方とはあなたなのですか？
はい。それにはどうしても勇者の協力が必要なのです。竜王の力はどんどん強くなっています。急がねばなりません。ごめんなさい。 長い間現実に囚われていたものですから。
苦しい思いをされたのですね。ええ、まずは族長様を休ませないと。妖精の里へお連れしましょう。
Alrighty. Boss, is that really you? You're alright, thank goodness. Hey, sorry to have worried you. Oh no, you're not alright at all. Boss! Boss! I'm just tired, that's all. Just need to rest. Everyone, come here and help me carry her. And someone get some medicine. He's asleep now. A little rest, and hopefully she'll be well enough to tell us what happened. I can't believe you rescued her on top of everything else. Can you please stop exceeding my expectations? It's very annoying, you know? You don't need to apologize, stupid. I was being nice. Boss said there's something she needs to talk to you about. Can you stay here in the village for a bit? I'm not sure when she'll wake up, but don't go anywhere, alright? Do I truly find myself in the village of fairies with you, Dain? At my side? Or is this naught but a blissful dream? Alright, so I believe we just have to talk to a couple of people. I believe that it kind of does suck that I didn't accidentally go to the other locations. I should have picked up the thing, but I think it's past this point, so there's nothing I can do about it. I have to go back anyways. Don't know how much time I have to spend in here, or if I need to do anything in particular in order to figure out if I can do something. Oh. Okay, so we've got to continue waiting just a little longer. I have received half an egg custard tart. Delicious. I shall eat it in just a moment. Alrighty. Sure. Great, all right, with me. Wibble wobble, wibble wobble wee. Very important. We have now become wobbly. If there's something I do have to mention, I will admit, I think I sent a message on Blue Sky that I was actually somewhat tired. There's a big reason for that. I have been, like, playing a ton of Tomodachi Life ever since the game came out, to a point where I'm just playing it even throughout the day. I think even before stream I was playing it. That game has an absolute grip on me, and in the best way possible. Like, seeing all my OCs just be absolute goobers and stuff like that has been so great. Maybe I'd have to talk to everyone. I don't know if I haven't talked to somebody. Okay, yeah. Was missing one person. But it is so funny just like seeing some of the interactions and stuff, because obviously these are all characters that I have made and have sort of integral backstories and whatnot. So seeing some of them interacting in ways where I'm like, oh, that makes sense. And then sometimes I'm like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Sorry for the wait. She's awake now, and she says she needs to talk to you urgently. Right. There you are, Dain. I wanted to say thanks. I couldn't have got rid of those monsters on my own. I couldn't even have found them. They had me trapped in those awful illusions. I didn't know where I was. That is why I had to use all my power to try and bring you two together. The prophesized hero and the princess with a special message from Rubus. And bring us together thou did. I thank thee from the bottom of my heart, milady. I love how sheepish he got. Man who has fought many horrors gets slightly embarrassed. I do love how he seems to be, this version of the hero, at least in my head, seems to be a lot more of the more bashful type. He has an animation where he just rubs the back of his neck and just stuff like that. It feels like that, at least. Considering how little these heroes talk, you kind of have to come up with your own headcanons of how they behave and stuff. So yeah. Yes, it looks like it worked alright. Maybe it wasn't my power that brought you two together after all. Maybe it was destiny. Indeed it was. Sweet, sweet destiny. She really is like a little... Stop it, you're making me sick. Anyway, we wanted to say thanks too for saving the boss. Well, this is all very nice, but it's not getting us any closer to doing as Rubus asked. She spoke of the need to see the land blessed once more, and of one who knew how that might be achieved. Was it of thee she spoke by chance? Yes, we need to summon her back to Alefgard. That will bring the blessing back. It's like I said when I spilled the, explained to you for a very good reason. She's off in another world right now. And while she's been away, the Dragon Lord has appeared, and the darkness has got everywhere, and now she can't come home. The power of the land is being eaten away, and the power of the rain, and the sun, and the rainbow with it. Without those, you can't get over to the island he's on. Before long, you won't even be able to reach the Dragon Lord, let alone defeat him. Then, what must we do? We need to carry out a special summoning ceremony, but it's not easy. We'll need a few things if we want to get it right. The first of which is the fairy flute. It is one of only 2 instruments in the world capable of playing a melody that she'll be able to hear. The other is the lyre of Aya. You'll need that too. A song played on both of them at once is the only thing we can be sure will reach her. We'll also need some extra special items that can channel the power of nature, drive back the darkness and create a path of light by which she can re-enter this world. 5 of them should do it. The sigils! Exactly. So that's the fairy flute, the lyre of Aya, and the 5 sigils. Gather all of those and we'll be able to carry out the ceremony and return Rubus and her blessing to the land. And give you the way to reach the Dragon Lord's island and get the Sphere of Light back. We try to get everything ready ourselves, but we're no good at fighting, and it seems like everything involves fighting these days, so we'll need the help of a generous and noble hero. Wait, you've got the fairy flute already, have you? I should have known. As for the lyre of Aya, all we know is that there's all kinds of legends about the hero in a town called Cantalin, I think. So maybe you can find some clues there. If we don't stop the Dragon Lord soon, the darkness will take over Alefgard entirely. So, you have to hurry, Dain. Find the things we need for the ceremony and bring them to me. Also, I do like to note that Princess Gwaelin does say, what do we need to do to stop this, so I think she's may have forgotten that she also needs to go home too. She's like, okay, I'm in it for the long haul. We're in this together. Alrighty. So we do need to head back to the Weird Woods. But this time we just need to go through the entirety of the first section without too much hassle. And then we need to collect one of the items in the second section. I might have been wrong in that we couldn't get that sigil until past that point. Come on, let me out. Well, it seems the hero isn't returning me anytime soon. Might as well help where I can. Pretty much. And to be honest, it kind of does give... there is some of the dialogue does imply that she is totally fine with the idea of just journeying with us as well. Judging by her slight swooning. I mean... oh yeah, it looks like I couldn't have gotten the thing because it literally is blocked off by the boss here. So I do have to go all the way through. I think because we have to go all the way through, what I might have to do is, we'll go to the next checkpoint and then we'll go back to the fairy village. Because we do need to go back to the fairy village in general in order to give this item here back. Because we need this for one of the sigils. But it might be better just so we don't have to wander through the entirety of the Weird Woods once again. I'm gonna finish eating that egg custard tart real quick. Goodness, it's only like 11 in the morning and yet I feel somewhat hungry already, which is kind of an odd sign. Okay, here's the focus pocus I was talking about. Quick heal. So this is the other way that you can get MP back without using magic water or a sigil. Alright. Why is every enemy group here like 3 different enemies which I'd rather not fight all at once? Especially those lump wizards. The lump wizards are awful to deal with. Yeah, no. There's literally no good reason to fight a mimic. They do give you a little bit more EX, like, I don't think they give you any EXP, but they do give you, like, Thief's Turban. Don't think I need to wear that because I'm wearing the madcap. It is better, but the madcap is really handy. They pair up because they know that you'd run rather than fight them. Oi! My MP, stop it. But yeah, those lump wizards are really annoying to deal with because while they don't do too much damage to you, they have so many annoying stat conditions like confusion, vision impairing, fog or whatever it's called. Like, not fun, to say the least. Alright. There's no point going down that way just yet. I believe we have to go down that way way later on in the game. Problem is we don't get Kasap anytime soon, which really sucks as well.
勇者様。
That's not what I wanted. I forgot that Lightning Strike only hits one target. I should have used Gust Strike. Interesting, I just noticed something here. I only just noticed it when I died that time. It says the party was wiped out. It didn't say you died. And I was like, oh, interesting. It does consider Gwaelin as part of the party, I guess. Okay. I vaguely remember there's like a point where you can stop at. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm okay. Alright, this time... Ah, God, it's... I'm pretty sure I leveled up, like, a lot higher. Now I'm getting, like, completely wiped out with these enemies. Because I'm not rushing this, it's just like, I'm just getting killed constantly. Alright. Might have to switch the Madcap back just to get the extra boosts of defense. And also I believe there's a... These things are annoying as well. I will hydrate. So the reason these guys are really annoying is, besides the fact there's like a ton of them, is due to the fact that they can paralyze you. I have died to these things. I have died to these things just wailing on me whilst I was paralyzed. There was nothing I could do. Alrighty. I'll quickly hydrate. But yeah, you'd think that, I've played through this game already. You know what I mean? I would have thought that at this point, I would be a little bit better equipped to deal with what I have here. The game thinks otherwise, unfortunately. Everything here is ultimate key related. Also, I just realized, Dain is carrying the princess up a ladder. What on earth? He continues to never cease to amaze, essentially. I feel like, is there something in this area? I'm pretty sure there's a... Slime earrings, yeah. There was something here. Like them powerful legs, pretty much. What have I got? Defense. Only a slightly bit more defense. Maybe I'll switch out the pirate. The Pirate King's pendant is not bad, but... what do I want? What does it give me? It does give me defense, so... Yeah, I can't open that door right now. Yeah, I think I spent like a good chunk of the game. We grinded here for like a good chunk of the game. And I think I ended up coming back here like even after I beat the golem in the other area. Oh, there is a mini medal in that area. I knew I was forgetting something. I was like, I'm sure there was a mini medal in this area. I couldn't remember exactly where, but there is. It is down the well. It's just not in this chest. It's, for some reason, like, around here somewhere. Here it is. Just casually mini medal. Also, yeah, where is he holding torch, too? Dain is a man of mystery, honestly. How he's able to do all these things. Okay. His teeth, probably. Do I want to level up one more time? Because I don't think I have a decent amount of gold, but I don't know if it's enough to, like, purchase any better equipment at this point. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure I'm at the point where I've gotten enough equipment to, what is it? At this point? Oh yeah, that's right. I was like, I can't remember what this does, and I'm like, oh, never mind, I suddenly remember what this does. Wow, that tree could have easily killed me. I forgot that I was defense downed. I got a healthy 600 EXP. Anyways. Charge 80, yep. Alrighty. I think I want to level up one more time before we fight that golem, knowing my last time of our encountering the golem. Holy hell. Forget these golems do like a ton of damage. I cannot believe I survived that. Stop defending. Why are you defending? Okay, finally he's not defending. 8. Okay, there we go. My goodness, that drained almost all my MP. I forgot how stupid of a thing it is. We got a ton of money just from that. That's kind of the benefit of grinding in this little area just near this inn, is gold golems can spawn, but also metal slimes can spawn, and obviously metal slimes are kind of the best way to get stuff. Golem was trying to live, I know, and the other one just punched me in the gut. Okay. So Dragon Mail is currently the strongest thing we can have right now. Because I don't think we've been to any other places right now. How many medals do we have? 18. I think we do get access to another weapon. We get the swallowtail at this point. Yeah. I need 17 actually. 18... Yeah, we need 20. 20 next time. I do want to put the swallowtail on my person. Because it is technically a boomerang. And it's a slightly stronger boomerang than regular boomerang. And honestly, having a boomerang in the or a whip on your person is probably the best thing you want to have. Just because of if you do run into like a group of metal slime, you know that you're only going to do 1 damage to them, so you might as well get something that allows you to hit multiple of them at once. Okay. Dragon mail. Bag this. So this isn't going to help us currently for the next fight against the golem. But I do need, I need 18,000, and we get 3,000 from 2 golems. It's going to take quite a while. But I do want to grind anyways for levels, so I think I want to grind up until we have enough for the Dragon Bane claws. Even if it's going to get replaced with something stronger, I think might as well. I'm literally not using money for anything else. But there's like a stronger weapon further on. Okay. I think I'll just hold off on that for now. It's so hard to decide, like, when you want to buy items and stuff like that, because I think when we were doing this, first playthrough, we were constantly getting things where we were just like... We'd buy an item after grinding for so long, only for that item to immediately be, like, useless because we finally beat one boss and go to the next area. So technically, this is the boss that told us we need to be at least level 25 to beat. The golem that we fought in that town. But yeah, this is probably the best area to go for grinding purposes. The problem is that, yeah, the golems don't give you much EXP, as you can see. They give you, like, nothing. It's the gold that they are really big on. The other thing are the goodie bags, I think, also give you a ton of money, but the golden golems are by far probably the best way to get money, and the fact that they spawn just outside this inn probably makes them a really good thing to grind for. The problem is that, as you can see, these golems hit stupidly hard. Dang, even with the defending, it didn't save me. Because I think that was a crit, so it just went right around the defending hero. Anyways, we're just going to be here for a little while, so we might as well just chill. But yeah, I have to say, I guess now while we're grinding a little bit, we can just chat. This week has been pretty productive for me. Like, I say that despite I've, oh, I went into this fight and lost it. Like, no health. Yeah, I'm just gonna flip. I did not realize I was at low health. That was very risky. Problem is constantly healing also takes a lot of MP. I think when I was grinding off stream for the previous thing, I was actually going to the other inn. Solely for the fact that it's probably cheaper. To go to the other inn that exists. Oh, come on! Constantly getting critted. I just want to grind EXP. Why? What is this? I'm almost considering going back to the Citadel, because at least there were metal slimes near there. Maybe I should. Anyways. Despite me getting Tomodachi Life, I actually have had a lot of, productive stuff happening recently. Well, I say recently, probably just this week alone. So, I have to thank that game for actually giving me a chance about something. So, if you've been on my streams, you've probably heard me mentioning about the fact that, I've, been trying to find a copy of Monster Hunter Stories 3 on the Switch specifically, and that I haven't had much luck finding it because it's just sold out everywhere for some forsaken reason. AKA it was really popular and they didn't get much product. So this week, I think it was Thursday, EB Games, which I get most of my pre-orders from because it's something that I can trust, basically, to have my pre-orders. When I went to the EB Games, I was talking to them after getting my Tomodachi game order. I was like, yeah, it's kind of sucks that I've been trying to find Stories 3, because it was the one game I accidentally forgot to pre-order. That was completely on me, sort of thing. And the clerk who was at the front, I think she knew that I was there for Tomodachi Life, probably because everyone else was. But she was like, oh yeah, I bought this game, Tomodachi Life, because my partner was interested in this game. And we had a situation where I think they didn't pre-order Pokopia or something like that. Hey AJ, good to see ya. They forgot to pre-order Pokopia, and Pokopia got 2 or 3 copies for sale, essentially. So everything else that they'd gotten was part of the pre-order sort of group. But like loose copies, there were only 3 extra copies beyond all the pre-orders. So to clear it up a bit, imagine if there were 20 people who pre-ordered, they got 23 copies, essentially, of the game. So, because their partner didn't pre-order, they missed out, essentially. So, I easily could have missed out had I not also pre-ordered Pokopia. Pokopia is still, like, kind of hard to find. I think I've only seen, like, a handful of copies every so often. I already have the game, so I don't have to worry about it, but I've just noticed there was only like a couple of them. But I mentioned that to the clerk because I was like, yeah, that's kind of what happened with Stories, is that I accidentally forgot to pre-order the game and it resulted in me just not being able to find any, and it turned out that they were in the same situation where they basically... might put the capture card a bit down because we don't need to listen to this as much. But, yeah, they only got, like, a few extra copies. Oh, I've received a message from someone. Give me a second. They have asked me what Pokemon Cup I want. I don't know if this message will go through. Looks like they got little boxes of it and... because I've been having phone issues recently. Yep. Okay. So those. But I think Stories had a similar thing where they only had like all the pre-orders and like a couple of loose copies. And I was like, yeah, I've been trying to find the Switch version specifically and I haven't had any luck with it. And she's like, would you like me to see if like there's any pre-orders like somewhere like, you know, out there? And I was like, yeah, sure, you can ask him, you know. Still confused.
さすが勇者様
Maybe confused, but I still killed. That's all that mattered. Trying to find these metal slimes. These enemies don't give me much EXP. At least they're easy to kill rather than the golems that keep walloping me. But she looked it up and she was like, oh, there's exactly over at like a different store, there's exactly one pre-owned copy. And I was like, are you serious? There's like a pre-owned copy of it? And I was like, the Switch version, right? And she's like, yep. The thing was that I'd been to that store like literally that day, but I didn't know about it. So... Jeez, almost all of them ran away. Please don't flee. Oh, jeez. Got so excited for the metal slimes and they all fled. But, over the weekend, yesterday, actually, I ended up wandering over to that store. Lo and behold, I found the exact one pre-owned copy. So I finally have the game. So now I don't have to worry about it. It only took so long to find the pre-owned copy. But yeah, I haven't been able to see like an actual copy of the game anywhere. Yay, finally we killed one. A single metal slime, a crumb. But as you can see, they give us the most amount of EXP currently. Just takes forever to find them. And also hope they don't run away. That's kind of why the metal wing boomerang's so good, because you can actually guarantee hit metal slimes. But yeah. I no longer have to complain about not having Stories 3. I have it in my inventory. Dazzle, that's what it is. Dazzle's annoying. Come on, metal slimes. I kind of wish I had Whistle, but I don't get Whistle until later on, so there's nothing I can do about it. Whistle's such a good thing, because it means you can instantly encounter an enemy without having to do this silly little circle dance that you're seeing me do. This feels like I'm back in the Safari Zone with Chansey, where I'm just like hoping they don't run away. Because if I do crit, that immediately kills them. But I have to hit them in order to get the crit. And also, they can just easily run away because they're faster than me. I think what I need to do is put back on my agility. No, I have the agility ring. It's just these guys are too fast. Alright. Falcon Slash. Falcon Slash is handy against metal slimes as well, because it's a multi-hit attack. The prince is definitely sick from all the spinning. Yeah, I don't want to spin either, it's just me spinning. But we have to stay sort of in this area. But yeah, like, look at all these metal slimes. Each of them are 1,000 points. Technically, if none of them ran away and I managed to kill all of them, that gets me 6,000 EXP, which is wild. The big reason why people like these things. You get excited when you see them. Because they have such high defense, you only do 1 damage. And they have high agility, so they just constantly dodge your attacks. Okay, we got 1. Can we get a 2? Okay, nice. We get 2. Oh, right, that's another thing too. Because we're wearing the pirate's necklace, they do occasionally drop seeds of agility, which I find incredibly funny that the thing that is really, really fast also drops seeds of agility. Technically, you can max out your stats as well, just using seeds. I think I did do that the last time I had guts to not flee. Yeah. I remember back in 11, near the end of the game, when you're fighting the bigger version of these and just getting a ton of EXP from them. Crit. Sheesh, two of them fled immediately when that crit occurred. I'm okay. They're only doing a tiny bit of damage to me, princess. Alright. Another 2. Nice, nice. Need another 2 more to level up. But it's a big reason why Eric is so powerful in 11, because just once he gets critical claim, you're just like, okay, you don't have to worry about slimes. Like, Eric is already fast being a rogue, and having a move that instantly crits, even if it costs like a ton of MP, is so good at the end of the game. Just because, like, you're leveling up. When you level up, you get all your stats, like, stats refilled, like your MP and your HP, so like, why does it matter that you're using a ton of MP to get the guaranteed crit to actually bypass these guys' defense? Come on, slime. No! Because I think I remember just like, once we get to a certain point in the game, I was just constantly just hunting for them. So that we could max out our level to 99. Funnily enough, you can do that in this game too. You can max out your stats to 99, but it's absolutely not necessary. I think I do want to go up 1 more level before I go and fight the golem. I'll probably save at the inn there too, just before we do that. There's really no point fighting any of these guys. They do not give me enough EXP to really warrant fighting them. It's just the slimes here. There's a better location to grind for slimes a little bit further on. If you remember us doing the Weeping Isles, just outside there, you do also find gold golems as well as metal slimes, and they're of a slightly higher level, at least, so you do get a bit more EXP from them. I think they're it's just a little bit better. But also, by the point you get, we got to the grinding of Weeping Isles, we actually had Whistle as well. Which makes grinding so much easier. Man, if I'd known I was going to struggle so much with the dragon and such, I would have actually just grinded up to level 30 off stream, honestly, before I went and rescued Princess Gwaelin, because apparently the game doesn't think levels mean anything. Levels are just, do you have certain skills? If not, that's too bad. It's kind of what it feels like. Levels don't actually give you the stats to keep you alive. Yeah, the ram dies in like 2 regular attacks, so it's not going to get me any XP. How much? Yeah. So apparently literally Cantillon gets you a stronger sword, but it's at like 23,000 gold. So it's even more expensive than the Dragonbanes, but just looking at the jump and attack, it looks like it is a bit stronger. Dang, one of them fled frame 1. Holy hell. I saw a video the other day, which apparently was somebody talking about like what metal slimes are actually made out of or something like that. I didn't end up watching the video, I just found it really funny that somebody was making a video saying, oh, they're not actually made out of metal, it's something else. I mean, that kind of makes sense. It's the only way they can move around. They're not made of specifically metal. But I just thought it was really funny seeing somebody be like, I've written an entire essay about this one random thing about a game. But also this was the same person who I saw the video about them trying to obtain any Dragon Quest McDonald's collaborations. And I'm like, you know what? Fair. They both fled. They were like, nah, we don't want that smoke. Yeah, Dragon Quest does get quite a ton of collaborations. When I was there, this was sort of before I really got into Dragon Quest. I know there was a Family Mart had a collaboration. They had a collaboration like store where the store was dedicated specifically to Dragon Quest stuff. I think it was in Akihabara. And I know currently that they did a collaboration with Boss Coffee, because I actually ended up getting one of those cans. And technically, if I'd had all the Japanese know-it-all and I could enter the competition, technically you can enter it in order to win a t-shirt that looks like one of the party members from 3, which is pretty funny. Right, level 28. Surely this will be enough for us to deal with. Also, getting all these seeds of agility are probably really handy. Okay, surely this is enough to let me beat the golem. Hey, a +3. Nice. Oh, interesting. Look at that. You know how it said for you to go back to, yeah, to return Gwaelin? It is no longer a requirement anymore. She is in it for the long battle, essentially. Alright, I'll put the volume a little bit back up again. Let me know if it's a bit loud or anything like that, since we're a little bit done with our grinding. Alright. Let us commence towards Cantillon. So apparently, us having the fairy flute on hand is also a pretty good thing to have. So, best to do that. Let me take a gander. What they want us, what's the best equipment to have at this point? Yeah, like... I think we're all good. Oh wait, I didn't save... Is there an actual... No, there isn't a... I realize there isn't a priest here. Alright, let's just march our way over to Cantillon. I also like how surely she's feeling a lot better after the multiple sleeps throughout our journey to be able to walk around on her own, but she's like, nah, it's all good. And we're like, yeah, it's all good. Ooh, +3. I think it's just a random roll on the seeds to see what stat pluses you get. No, I was grinding for seeds at the end of 11 because I wanted to beat that super boss. Do I have safe passage yet? Surely I do. I guess I don't have safe passage? Thought I did. She just wants to be carried and who can blame her? Pretty much. Dain's not gonna be one to, like, mention it. Alrighty. This golem. Alright. So apparently you can use the fairy flute. I did not know you could. Let me see if it works. Oh, yeah, it actually is just... You can just put it to sleep. Okay. Owie. Okay. It is useful. And because the fairy flute is an item, it does not require MP to use it. I guess golems are susceptible to sleep. Yeah, this fight's going a little bit better than last time we did this, just to say. Oh, we put it into deeper sleep because we still had wild. Gonna heal real quick. Probably take the magic water real quick. Just to make sure that we have a backup for healing. It is crazy the difference this fight has been. Just because the fairy flute is apparently incredibly busted on this guy. Holy hell. Like, we've only been in danger like once to heal compared to the other time we came here. My goodness, what a difference. This was so much easier, I know. Absurdly easier. I probably didn't even need to grind for levels. We could have still survived all those, but you know what? I'll take the extra levels. Get a diamond. Alright. And we now have access to Cantolin. The power of actually knowing what you need to do. Well met, Wanderer. Thou hast bested the golem that did guard the town, then thou art mighty indeed. We are in thy debt. Too long have we been trapped here, unable to venture beyond the walls. The creature was a creation of a mage of old, who did breathe life into a statue that fair Cantolin might be watched over by the stoutest of guardians. But then foul fiends did appear, and by some nefarious means did corrupt our noble protector, turning it into an ignoble oppressor. 'Twas an ill-starred day indeed. And it's made so much worse that, like, I guess I should remind that this golem, we, I think, helped build back in 3. I do vaguely remember that we were assisting in them making a golem. So we kind of caused this situation 100 years later. and yeah, Damdara no longer exists either. Which is, they were built with the best intentions in mind. Yeah, pretty much. It was just unfortunate that the monsters were able to, like, cover that and prevent it. So yeah. Technically the thing is still over. The sword, I think, not the sword, the armor is still over in Damdara, but you need to be at least level 30 to beat the creature there. Which we did at the very end of our playthrough. And you do need to do it anyways, because it's part of Erdrick's armor. So we do need to do that at some point. Golem did remain fuddled, so we in turn remained trapped here in town, unable to escape and seek the aid we sorely needed until now. On which subject, if I might ask, what brought you here to Cantal and friends? We seek the Lyre. Knowest thou aught of its whereabouts, good sir? The Lyre, you thou say. 'Tis a matter concerning which our beloved priest would surely be most well informed. Alas, as I have said, he is... Hold, friend. Surely thou dost not mean to go to his aid, even should this be thine intent. I fear 'tis impossible. The Weeping Isles lieth off the coast of the north of here. The only means by which one might reach is the bridge to the northwest. Alas, that bridge did collapse some time ago. Try thou might, even one such as thyself shall not cross it. And there is no means by which it might be mended. Shouldst thou seek to rebuild it, the fiends would surely descend, and many would surely die ere the work could be completed. Perhaps if a means of rebuilding the bridge ere the fiends could think to stop it might be found. Perhaps, alas, I fear such a means is beyond us. Oh, beloved priest. I like how, I guess these people aren't aware she's a princess, and they're like, oh yeah, there's a chick here. The priest and I are friends of long standing, and if I know one thing of him, is that he detests fiends with a burning passion, both in his role as a guardian of the Legend of Heroes and as a person. Right, there's a couple things we do need to grab here before we head off. There's some pretty handy things to pick up. So... I believe it's this building, by the looks of it. There are a couple of knickknacks to pick up. And more importantly, there's a better healing scroll, I believe, up in one of these rooms, so... Suit of iron armor. There it is. There's an attack scroll. Attacker did help a little bit, I think, from my vague knowledge, but I cannot remember. Yeah, iron armor is not handy right now. I should probably sell some of my duplicates of armors and stuff at some point. Alchemy's in this. There it is. That's what I'm looking for, the more heal scroll. I think, I like how you said we robbed a child. We should be concerned a child has an attacker scroll. Like, what's he needed an attack scroll for? Though it is kind of funny, just like the idea of the heroes just walking into places and being like, check everything until we find something. Protect his friend of family calls, because I think they did. I remember watching a skit from ages ago. I think it was a skit for Dragon Quest V? The hero with like the purple and white clothing. They did a skit, like a live action skit, where they had like him and the party walking into somebody's house, and they literally walk in as a line, as if you are fully aware of how Dragon Quest parties walk around in just a straight line. There was a funny gag where they just walk into someone's house and they just find a pot and they crack it open and something like that. And they're like, oh, there's a weird looking seed in it. I wonder what this is about. And the hero eats it. Is like, well, what is it? He's like, don't know, but I feel smarter. And it's just a wisdom seed, and they just like randomly go into some woman's house and just casually just smash open a pot for a seed, and then just after talking to her briefly leave. We got a friend of Magog. And of a chest containing great treasure which he buried beneath the tree behind his shop. What am I? Bless, these walls are beyond danger. Alright. Sort of worthless clothes. We have to go get the one mini medal that's in such an inappropriate area. One of the mini medals is just here. It's just buried in the ground here. Okay. So this is kind of the last point before we have to sort of make our way to the next area, so we're gonna make sure our armor is up to snuff, as they say. Yeah, the flame armor would be stronger. Oh wait, I could possibly get the shield. You like the background music? So calming. Hey Perry, good to see ya. And it's orchestrated too. But we're just, we're doing the, attempting to get the true ending of Dragon Quest I. I'm just, selling off some of my duplicates. Gonna use that mirror shield again. So useful. We'll send that mirror shield straight into the garbage. Cursed ass mirror shield. My days as a Zelda player was what, like, I was like, ah, yes, a mirror shield, this will be useful, and then proceeds to get completely mogged by the mirror shield. What a god-awful thing is that. Interesting, a tectonic plate can't be sold. Good. It's only slightly stronger, but the jump for the armor is pretty big. So I do want to... As much as I would like the other piece of thing, it's a bit too expensive. Alrighty. We need to head over to the Cave of the Dwarves. It is kind of funny that we're doing this right now, because last time we came to this area, I think it was at the Ender stream. So I did this at the beginning of the third stream, essentially. Thou needest a bridge built, and with surpassing haste. Trust in us, friend, though the us in question may require some convincing. Fear my companions will not go readily to aid of humans. Nonsense, we shall go in happily. Truly, thou jestest not. Truly, we are not too fond of humans, 'tis true, but this fellow has tickled us mightily with his strange ways. He did risk his own life to save that of a dwarf. Unheard of, ridiculous, delightful. Besides, if thou goes alone, the bridge doth fail to be rebuilt. The name of all dwarves shall be mud. Come, brothers. Very well then, let us away. We're back. The dwarves, and no small number of them. Is this thy doing, Wanderer, but how? Pleasantries can wait. What is needed now is timber, and plenty of it. Timber? For what purpose? For what purpose, he asketh. Why, to rebuild thy precious bridge, of course. A single evening's work will escape the fiend's notice, I assume. A single... Are you truly able to perform such miracles? Which is asked of us, we do. Wait here. All shall be well. Speedrun making a bridge. Meanwhile...
太古に分かたれし大いなる力、再び一つに。
It is impressive that the Spear of Light does not bend to this guy's will, like throughout the entirety of the game. That's one powerful sphere.
わしを拒んだ。小賢しいわ。
Because, like, we see this cutscene pretty early on, and even by the time we get to the end of the game, he still hasn't been able to get it to work. One strong sphere. 'Tis done, the bridge standeth once more. The rest, friend, is up to thee. Truly, dwarves are capable of such feats as this. Sounds. Alrighty. I think I've gotten everything we can here. I wonder what that... Because I do remember we talked to the guy just now, and he gave us a side quest, and I'm not actually sure what the side quest is. Since we have finished the game, I can look up everything. Let's see. Apparently there's only two. I know there's the Zaylan side quest, and I feel like there's another side quest. But I might be wrong on that one. Wow, this does not tell me anything. This is a totally different game. I wrote one. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. Supposedly, talking to that guy was mentioning about the side quest of his father, but this guy's like, oh, this starts a side quest, and then proceeds to not explain anything about said side quest. I guess we'll just march forward. Hold, wouldst thou humour an old man ere thou departest, friend? 'Tis concerning our priest who was abducted, as thou by now surely knowest. A great man indeed, guardian of the legends of heroes and much more besides. Though a man not blessed with the best of luck, young was his wife when she passed away, and the son he bore him did quit his home never to return. He resideth now in Damdara, where he laboureth as a merchant, if the rumours are to be believed. Rather he did. Rumours also tell that Damdara was razed and its citizens slaughtered. The news did wound my poor old friend more than words might express. Long did he mourn and deeply. I am sorry indeed to hear it. The fiends who did murder his beloved son are his sworn enemies. Not one word would he relay to them, though they torment him without mercy, and so I fear they shall have no choice but to. I beg of thee, to lose patience and do away with him, go to his aid. We shall. Not solely because we need of his aid in turn, he is plainly a man well loved. It pleaseth me greatly to hear it. I am in thy debt. Alrighty. So, probably best to head for the Citadel. Alright. I don't think we have 20 mini medals. Let me double check before we race off again. Yeah, we are one short. I'm gonna use Holy Protection until we get closer to the Weeping Isles, because we do have a ways to trek before we get there. And there is not really any save points. And the only time we can come back to the Weeping Isles is via entering the dungeon and then having that checked off as a checkpoint. So we've got a ways to go. And as you can see on the map, it's a bit of a convoluted location. There also is a secret area, I believe, so I do want to go investigate that too. Because secret areas are always handy to find little bits and bobs. I think there was a secret area that I investigated and had like a ton of gold in it, and I was like, whoa. Allowed me to buy some early equipment. So I believe the secret area, we've got to loop around, and instead of going up towards the Weeping Isles, we head down. There's the Weeping Isles that we have to go to. Just outside the dungeon's a really good place to grind for stuff. Doop-a-doo. Also, how much did that golem give us in terms of EXP? Oh, we're actually close to another level up. I mean, the golem did give us like, what, 2,600 or something like that? I still can't get over how easy that fight was. Like, having access to the fairy flute and being able to use it made so much of a difference. The thing is that when I was looking at that fight, it was like, that's the only fight I think I saw briefly that's like, yeah, use the fairy flute specifically for this fight. Alright. Fortunately, we can't get everything here, but we can at least get most stuff. Literally, that one chest back there is the only thing we can't get because we do not have the ultimate armor. Oh yeah, like this armor is stronger than that one we saw in the store. Okay. And the spiked armor is really handy. I think I used it when we fought that, the fiend over in Damdara, because the spiked armor bounces back. So I think the spiked armor is like one of the strongest armors we can get so far. Alright. I'm gonna let the Holy Protection wear off for a little while. If we can get a battle or two, would be handy. Our boys, will you run? 1 rand. I mean, I won't say no to, like, the chance of, like, maybe getting an agility seed. Oh, right, because I'm wearing the spiked armor, they take damage back if they hit me physically. Didn't realize that. That actually helps even further. Nice! Okay. I should have wore the spike armor sooner, because if they hit me physically, they take, like, what, 1 damage, which out of their 3 HP that they have. Let me go, please. Don't really want to fight anything until I get into the Weeping Isles. Weeping Isles is gonna be one heck of a dungeon. I think when we did it last time, it's a huge sprawling dungeon. Okay, all 3 have stayed. That's 1 gone. And also 2 misses, yikes. Okay, reflect. Dang it. It was so close to getting that other one. Nice. At least we did get one, holy hell. 6 gold, yay. $6. Alright, what time is it? We're almost at about the halfway mark. Okay. Sure, I'll fight you. Wow, this spiked arm was actually doing wonders. It was a really good idea to pick up this spiked armor. Not spend money on another armor piece. Ah, so close. No. Alright. Let's see. Okay, there is a mini medal in the next area, but because we are getting close to when I usually take a quick break, I think we'll just enter the... We'll enter here and then we'll, Oh! I just realized, look at that! I just realized, you know how we were talking about, how does Dain hold a torch? He's not holding the torch, it's Princess Gwaylan. That's so cute. She's holding the torch and whilst he continues to hold her. Goodness. Alright, that answers that question about who's holding the torch. It actually makes sense, yeah. And it's quite cute too. She's like, I'm helping. Alrighty. I'm gonna take a quick break though. And I will be back in just a minute or 2. I might get a quick refill on my drink, so I'll just finish this up right now. It's my tea is cold. Because we've like really hit autumn, so the temperature of everything is like starting to drop. So everything is getting cold. And also I was peckish a while back, so I could use with a snack. Anyways, I'm just gonna chill here for a little while. I will be back in just a moment. I guess with enough people here, enjoy your battle royale. I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, I am back. Hey, Helion won the Battle Royale. Alrighty. So, I've also received some interesting information downstairs whilst I was grabbing myself a delicious chestnut jelly. Which is this, well, I don't know if it's a chestnut jelly, it's like a jelly bar. It's like a thicker jelly. It's made out of chestnuts. It's a Korean snack. It's quite tasty. It's nice and sweet. They often make it with red bean as well. It's something that my grandpa would buy every once in a while for us. I came to like it. My grandma went out the other day and managed to snag some candy. Which that itself is a story of its own, let me tell you on that one. Let me just quickly take a bite out of this before I forget. Right, let's get going. Oh wait, no. Did I go back to the fairy village ever? I don't think I did. We can walk back here, so let me double check and head back to the fairy village. My grandmother went out with some other people because she needs to socialize a little bit now that my grandfather has passed. So she was able to socialize with people of the same, who could speak her language, which made it a lot easier. Let's get this, this going. But, she came home and she had like a ton of candies, including some trolley lollies and stuff like that, and she's like, oh, by the way, here, you can have these, essentially, because she'd had them as spares. I think she had her own set of candies. And she gave it to me, and I was like, alright, I'll eat these tomorrow morning, sort of thing. And it turns out, during that time where I think I came up here to do something else, and then eventually went to bed, turns out, my mum came home from work, saw the lollies, and were like, huh, lollies. She ended up eating them. And when I noticed they were missing the next day, about to head to work, I was like, hey, you wouldn't happen to know about a set of candy that might have been on the table that might have belonged to me? And she's like, oh, they belong to you? And I was like, yeah, they did, actually. She did apologize, but it's not a common thing she does where she nicks some of my candy. She left me a couple of candy left over, but I was really looking forward to that trolley's lolly. That's the only downside of this whole story. Every grandparent has their own set of candies. Yeah. The thing is with candies over in, like, Korean sweets and stuff like that, it's really weird. They're very hit or miss, I often find. Like, some of them are really tasty, but some of them are just not tasty at all. They just have this odd texture to them. Oh, this guy. I'm getting bad flashbacks about getting locked into endless combat with that guy. I do not look forward to fighting that gargoyle back at the top of the tower. The game has already, like, proven to me that it's going to take prisoners again with that previous dragon fight, so I absolutely am not looking forward to fighting that gargoyle. When we get to that point in the game, if it's late enough in stream, I'll just be like, nope, I'm gonna grind before we get to this thing. There's no way I'm gonna put myself through that torture again. And I'm also gonna make sure I don't have the mirror shield. That's the biggest takeaway from this entire thing. Anyways, onward. The final boss just keeps critting you with every attack. Thankfully, the final boss, when we did fight him 2 weeks ago, it wasn't too bad in that situation of, like, getting critted. It was more that I was just running out of health constantly because I wasn't high enough defense or doing enough damage. But the final attempt I did do against him, it was pretty funny to witness because I think in his first form, we just crit him twice in a row with like Kasapple, and that did 900 damage both. Like, I'm pretty sure we like 2-rounded the first phase, which was crazy to experience. Right. Here's the mini medal that we need. Don't think there's anything else here, so we just... I am using a bit of a walkthrough, so because if you're going... Since this is a replay through of the game, we don't need to, like, go around lost and everything like that. We can just head off as quickly as possible. There are 5 treasures, so we can't get until we beat the boss, so... Unless we come back here, essentially. Might be something over here. Big chunk of stuff. Ah yes, the good old handsome crabs. Handsome crabs are some of the funniest enemies in these games. I don't know why they're like, yeah, handsome. You're like, what part of this thing looks handsome? Because I'm pretty sure they're in 11 too. Just like, yes, handsome crab, the thing that's like drooling. They really do make the crab enemies in this game look like they're just possessed or something like that. Where are the other relics of which thou spoke? Thou wilt tell me. I will not. Though you kill me, my lips shall remain sealed. Gah! Intrescent worm, stubborn fool. Handsome can also mean imposing. Maybe? Question mark? I mean... Does that mean Squidward, handsome Squidward is actually just imposing Squidward? That's all I can think of, yeah, I know. Ooh, we got a free attack, nice. That's something I probably haven't mentioned much about these games, is that the sprite work is just crazy good. It's really nice. And I think I think I have mentioned it at 3, I don't know if I've mentioned here at 1, because I mean, the sprites are pretty much the same, with a slightly more polish to them. But just in general, like, the moving sprites definitely remind me of, Pokemon Black and White, or Gen 5 essentially. Still miss that. But that is something I have been doing recently with Tomodachi Life. So once you get to, I think, when you level up your ranks in Tomodachi Life, you can ask for certain wishes at the fountain, and one of the wishes is to make treasures, and when you make treasures you can make custom pets. So what I've been doing is I've been making custom pets of Pokemon, and I have been grabbing the sprites from what is it? Gen 5? Because Gen 5 I think was the last game that they had the sprites in them. So they are the most updated, most detailed of the sprites. I might have a picture. Let me see. No, I just have videos. I don't have pictures. I don't think I can show a video up on stream. It's on my Blue Sky that I posted it. And I've been having too much fun. Like, I started off with just making, like, Minum and Plusle, and now it's, like, gotten out of hand where I ended up making, a little Astro as well. From, the Alchemists. Actually, wouldn't I have it here? Because I saved the video footage, I'm pretty sure. There's a lot of things I've saved here. It was this one, I think. Yeah, this one. This crescent. So yeah, if for those who were probably back on Crescent's channel a little bit back at the time, wow, music changed like crazy, holy hell. But yeah, the that particular art used to be what Astro used to look like back in the day. I believe it was part of a, it was like a program or a bot. Was it a bot? I don't know what exactly it was. But it was basically a thing that reacted to certain, commands and stuff like that. And had little different animations. And it wasn't just the owl, there were many different types. I think Crescent even was like, hey, you should take a look into doing this sort of thing, I think, back in the day. But I didn't end up doing it. The reason I didn't end up doing it was I didn't know where to put it. So, for those who have seen my channel back in the day, I also had, like, you know, a different, like, above me, I had a different type of stream setup. I wanted to have stream avatars, so I didn't have anywhere to put a PNG, like, buddy, per se, on stream, because I wanted to put more focus on the stream avatars instead. So I never ended up using it. I think the only free options were like the owl and a bee. The bee was cute though. I did think the bee was quite cute, but in the end it never happened, and I'm okay with that. I've enjoyed making the sprites for the stream avatars. I believe I'm currently I finished working on the Porygon line, so they're almost ready to go. I just obviously make packs of 10, so I'm currently working on a couple right now. I think I stopped because I got distracted with Tomodachi Life, but I think I'm planning on adding Girafarig and something else. I just have to pick 3 more, because Girafarig actually gets 2 due to gender difference. Heed thee, thou rock-hearted dotard. Shouldst thou choose not to speak, others will be made to suffer and to die. Chief among them, this exquisite specimen, whom we did bring back as a prize from fair Damdara. Ah! But how? Thy face is suddenly surpassingly pale, sir. Is, as the master said, you humans are cursed to care for one another. Therein lies your greatest weakness. Now spill the proverbial beans, the relics of thy precious hero. Where are they to be found? Oh, wait, not this, anything but this. Keep moving. We do need to go down this way though first, because there is an item back here. It'd be the mini medal. I think that's all that's... That's all the stuff that we can pick up. The problem is that my MP is getting low. And we do have a boss fight coming up, so... Oh, I'm paralyzed. That's not good. Yeah, as much as I want to get the EXP from that fight, Oh, right. I'm still technically paralyzed. Do I have something that can cure paralysis? Wow, I do not have anything to cure paralysis with. And I can't heal right now. That's not good. Oh, wait, it wore off, I think. What do I want to do? I don't know how much damage this does. I guess it hits everything, so that's good. Whoa! Jeez. That scared me for a second. The good old wake-up call that is whack. My goodness, I just immediately was like... Felt my heart drop for a second. Okay. I do need to go up over to that area because I think if I remember rightly... Let me see, where does this area take me? I believe the one of the sigil stuff is back here. Ah, cool. Don't like me crits. Don't have much MP though. How do you like that crit? Dumb crab. I have to say there's something that's been bothering me. You guys obviously can't see it because it's on my side. OBS, I guess, had an update, and in the chat box, there's just this smiley face that's like bright red, and I can just see this bright red symbol. And it's like the most distracting thing, considering that whenever you see anything red, that kind of usually means that something's not working, and you're just like, You know what I mean? And it's been bothering me ever since I started streaming. I've been doing my best to ignore it, but it's getting to a point where I'm just like, yeah, I don't like it's there. A lot of stuff here. Sentence of stuff. Thorn whip. We tried coloring it green. If I knew how to, I would, honestly. Is the thorn whip stronger than the boomerang? 44. No, Swallowtail is stronger. What about the sentencing? Yeah. Ah, here we go. Very important. Good old crack. Okay, we can't open this because we need the ultimate key. Get the Stardust. Am I gonna be able to beat enough enemies before my MP runs out? How much EXP do you give? Holy hell, just throwing out the cassis there. Alright, how much EXP? Because we need 3,000. How much do you give? Oh, sheesh. It might be safer for us to head back. As much as I'd like to just finish the dungeon, I think it'd be far better to just return and go get the sigil now. Because we're gonna be at like half health and stuff. And if you remember that fight we just did with the fog, and we were at half MP, did not turn out so great. And also, having more of the sigils definitely does help. Right, Star Sigil acquired. Unfortunately, I don't think we can get the last one until we get past this point in the story, so... Yeah, this is the one, the important one. This one. We get MP whenever we defend, so really big that we get this like straight away. Because when you defend with Wild Side, you defend twice, so technically you get 2 MP refills. So super handy skill to have. Alright, let's quickly heal. Alrighty. It does suck we have to run back through the most of the Weeping Isles once again, but it is definitely far safer to just get all that stuff. Even if this isn't the hardest fight, I don't think I had trouble with this fight. Unfortunately, I think it's another one of those fights, like similar to the Fog, where you gotta take them all out sort of at the same time. And one of the best ways to do that is obviously to be at past 50 HP. But since we got most of the treasures, we can at least skip most of this section, as well as the cutscenes and such. I'm gonna put Holy Protection on just for a little while. Yeah, because I do not think we're going to level up in time. So I think we'll just try and do the fight without leveling up. And just Holy Protect until we get to the end. There's nothing else for us to get here too. But yeah, knowing that there are some chests here with needing the ultimate key, I realized like you have to make your way back quite some distance just to get your hands on it. Dang, these guys are apparently higher level than us because they bypassed our Holy Protection. Yeah, I'm totally down to stream Tomodachi Life sometime in the future, but obviously because I'm going to probably add all my OCs to it, I think if I do stream Tomodachi Life, I want to at least have streamed Miitopia first. Holy hell, that crab just kamikazed on us, my god. Crab threw his entire being at us. Okay, I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, there's nothing else to really get here. I have a feeling we'll just have to come back here at some point to pick up some of the treasures and such. Alrighty, let's see how we do. So I don't think there's anything up here. Yeah. It's a shame we can't really do anything to change this fate. Alrighty. Sheesh. They do so much damage. I have to make sure that I kill right here. Thankfully, you can do this. Pearly Gates be a strong-ass art, to say the least.
二人は親子だったのですね。
ごめんよ、俺のためにこんな。いいんだ。お前が生きていてくれればそれだけ。そこのお方、助けに来てくださったこと感謝します。きっとあなたこそ新たな勇者。許してください。私が喋ったせいであなたに渡すべきロトの火が魔物の手に。
司祭様は悪くありませんわ。気になさらないで。
ありがとう。心優しき勇者よ。どうか世界を。父さん、父さん。
Priest breathed his last. His son is overwhelmed with grief, and Dain decides to escort him back to Cantillon. So it looks like you don't get access to the stuff there either. Yeah. It's one of those deaths that you can't prevent, unfortunately. Did thy best to save him, friend. None shall be in doubt of that. I would see him buried in the family plot. I would have thee attend, friend. Here it is. It's so weird that that section earlier when we were fighting the dragonfly, even as the priest was dying, that the music was playing in the background. An odd choice, I'd say. Probably better if they had that silent, but, you know, nothing we can really do there. But yep. We at least know where the ultimate key is now, we just have to go get it.
司祭様は町の皆を見守ってくれる父親のような人だった。寂しくなるな。
俺は子供の頃からずっとそんな父さんが不満だったんだ。息子より他人の方が大事なのかって。だけど父さんは全てを投げ出して俺を助けてくれた。あんなに俺を愛してくれてたなんて。ごめんよ。俺も愛していたよ、父さん。
ああ、世にも素晴らしきその音色。バラのようにかぐわしく、春風のごとくたおやかに。
それは父さんが好きだった勇者をたたえる詩。ああ、世にも素晴らしきその音色。バラのようにかぐわしく、春風のごとくたおやかに、人の心に染み渡る。魔物があふれた闇の時代、この音は魔物を呼び寄せた。しかし勇者が闇を消し、
I just noticed in this picture here with Erdrick, it seems to be there's a mage and a priest at the very least. I wonder if they're like supposed to be the canon like party members, but I don't know if there's a canon on which group goes with Erdrick or the third hero.
闇が来る。ああ、我がらいも備えよう。勇者の歌を
Technically, you can do solo hero
我が宝と共に永遠に眠ろう。
in order to get the hardest experience.
銀の盾ごと、今の詩は何なのですか？
勇者ロトの時代にこの町にいたガライという銀融詩人の詩です。父さんは彼の詩が好きで子供の頃教えてくれたんですよ。
勇者様、銀融詩人ガライは銀の盾ごとを持っていたようです。ガライにゆかりがある土地を調べてみませんか？
もうすぐ日が暮れる。宿を用意したから休んでいってくれ。司祭殿を連れ帰ってくれたせめてものお礼じゃ。ぜひそうしてくだされ。
Alrighty. It's kind of interesting they didn't. This guy didn't write like what was in those treasure chests. I guess I'll have to go back. I believe we have all the mini medals at the moment. That we can possibly get. Alright, I've been hydrating throughout the cutscene because there's not much I can say. That you guys re-experience the cutscene.
見えますか？竜王の力が溢れ出しています。これまでより強く深い闇がアレフガルドを飲み込もうとしている。
Yeah, we're getting to the point this the I guess you can call this like the final leg of the journey. Okay, so the stuff that's in those chests are things that we've already gotten. Stay back, I said. Go away, go away. Yeah, things aren't going well in the fairy village, to say the least.
妖精の里も闇に飲まれかけています。このままでは全てが。
Okay. As much as we do need to head back, to go help out the fairies, there is a couple of things we do need to do before we, I guess, head over there, considering how dangerous this next section is going to be. Because basically, the game kind of implies that we should be level 30, which we are not yet. The dwarves, they return home. One of them even swore to sell me their finest arms, yeah. Okay. So, some random person's boxes, yeah. Alright. So, first things first, we're going to just make our way through the dungeon yet again. Hope you guys aren't getting sick of this dungeon. But yeah, we want to be at least level 30 before we get into this next fight. And we are close to that, I believe. Yeah, we only need to do like a handful of stuff. But also we do need to grab the treasures that are back here. Some of them are repeats of what we already have. But since they are repeats, we can just sell them for extra gold. Because I think the ruby wristband is quite expensive of a thing to grab. And unfortunately, we can't grab any of the things because obviously you get sent, like, back from the boss fight. So we just have to make our way back here again. But the reason we want to be level 30 specifically is because we do get access to a stronger... Another crit! My goodness, these crabs really do crit a lot, don't they? Crab's got hands. Seated defense. Ooh, yes. Been lucky on these last 3 seeds. We've managed to get +3 on 3 stats. Technically, you can grind certain enemies in order to, like... to get certain things. Get that guy. I'm alright. I do find it funny the dragonflies count not as... well, they do count as an insectoid, but they also count as a dragon. Which is really funny to think. Ah, yes, it has dragon in the name. It's definitely a dragon type. You know what I mean? Wow, I accidentally threw 3 Ultra Balls because I multi-clicked. Oopsie doopsie. Surely I'll catch it doing that. Alright. Because I think when I did this playthrough, I didn't come back here, I don't remember. But I must really want that Ampipom. Well, it's the Easter Ampipom. So I believe... yeah, all these have stuff here. Does the rabbit tail do like what I remember it doing in... Yeah, the rabbit tail does give you better luck, so higher chance of critting. We do want to be careful because I think, yeah, this chest isn't a canny box, it's a mimic. And mimics hit harder. So we, you know, don't want to be fighting one of those. Open it? No. I don't think we're high enough level to fight a mimic at this point. And also they don't get you anything good. I think if you do manage to, yeah, you could beat it. It's holding a Sage's Elixir. Can try, but yeah. It's gonna be a little dangerous. Because it doesn't have a weakness either, so... Thankfully, the spiky armor is actually working in our favor. Alrighty. So yeah, you can see how dangerous that was. It was doing a significant amount of damage to us. But it gave us the level up, so I guess that's good. And we get ourselves Kisses, which is what we want. But yeah, this mimic will always give you a Sage's Elixir. Wasn't even close. I think it was somewhat close. Is it just me, or did the music cut out? Like, did that fight with that mimic be so hard that the music's gone? Yeah, there be no music. That's a little strange, to say the least. I kind of expected that this is what I expected during that fight with the, maybe it was glitched in the first place, like, it was supposed to be this quiet when we were with the priest. You know what I mean? Alright, let's see if the music comes back once we do this fight here. Okay, yeah. That was just a very strange glitch by the sounds of it. Okay. Let's make our way. That was actually creepy. It was a little bit, especially after the mimic. It was like the game didn't expect me to beat that mimic. And it was like, whoa, be on to you, sort of thing. The bandit mail's pretty good. Oh wait, I legit don't have any money. Yeah, 820 for the ruby wristbands. Oh, interesting. We can't sell the, can't sell that. 10... Okay. Alright, so I don't think there's anything else for us to do here. The game does encourage we wear the rousing ring. And that is because these creatures can put us to sleep. Alright. I haven't saved in a long while. I do have medals, so I think let's head over to the Monarch real quick. Fire Emblem is tearing me a new one. Bro, so is Dragon Quest. Both of these games would be tearing you a new one if you give them an inch. The game knows. Luncheon bell. Get a stronger whip. Alright. Look how long ago we saved. My goodness. I haven't saved in 5 levels. How do you miss a 91 hit? Look, if it's possible, the game will allow it. Have you not seen that one clip from Fates? There's a really famous clip that I remember where it was showing off how absurd the game was, where they had one of their strongest, like, it was either Saizo or Kaze, one of the ninjas that are fast enough to hit twice. He had a 95% chance of hitting and like a 30% chance of critting. And he missed both hits. And then the enemy had a 2% chance of critting. Enemy critted and killed him. And you're just like, God, I cannot believe that that happened, sort of thing. Right. I don't know if I didn't heal, but we did level up, so we should be mostly full. I would burn my console if that happened to me, I know.
私が食い止める。あなたたちは逃げなさい。里長様、諦めちゃダメ。急いで助けを呼べばまだ。僕の呪文で眠れ。やった、聞いた。早くみんな逃げ。逃げて私も言葉わからん。だよ、僕にお願い、目を開けて。
Alrighty. Sheesh, those things hit us hard immediately. Okay, that scream was terrifying. Yeah, the voice acting in this game is kind of nuts. Jeez, maybe I should have worn the thing that protects me from ice damage. Alright. Dead on, well, not first turn, second turn. Problem is that the icy breaths do so much damage. Okay, I forgot that magic barrier doesn't block breath attacks. It's doing so much damage to me, and I haven't been able to even attack. What the heck? That did 100 damage. Holy hell. Okay. My wild side's gonna like wear off before I even have a chance to do anything. That blizzard attacked us so much! I might have to retreat after this battle, or go back to the last autosave, which kind of sucks, but... Yeah, I'm not able to do the damage that I need to. Where does the last autosave take me, though? It probably takes me to the Citadel, right? Yeah. How do these dragons use breath attacks? They don't have lungs, I know. Let's switch that up. Keep this. Problem is, I think we'd have to watch that entire cutscene again, which kind of is the downside. Okay, let's try that again with a slightly different armor and see if that helps, but... Okay, we can't skip the cutscene, we can only fast forward it. Yeah, it is pretty crazy, like, because I'm pretty sure, like, Twister does just better than nothing. Yeah, okay. Let's try this again, see how we go. Still hits us pretty hard. Okay, the chilly breaths are being reduced to 30. At least it doesn't play the scream again, yeah. It is a bit fast-forwarded from there, but... Yeah, because this is the attack that does the most damage. Because it does 170 to both of them. Ugh, even with, like, the right armor, this fight's rough, to say the least. So the problem is of just having to deal with more than one enemy. If it's one-on-one, it's not as bad, but when it's more than one-on-one, especially on enemies like these guys, because these guys, I think, can also double, while we have to wild side in order to double. Can you put them to sleep? I'll try in a moment. Nope, they're highly resistant to sleep. So they're immune to sleep, which I guess makes sense. They're dead. I don't think they need to sleep. I like how they said that you should be level 30 when you do this fight. That freezing breath still does like 70 damage to us. It's wild. We just have to use Kasiz, hopefully. They do so much damage. Okay, so it does get them close to death. Problem is I've got to survive another onslaught of attacks, essentially. And if they use Blizzard, that's one of the big things that... Looks like when they use Blizzard, they can only use it, like, once by the looks of it? They can't double. But the problem is if they just use Chilly Breath, they can just do that. I am so glad that he just attacked. Plug their mouth with an apple or something. I wish I had one. Okay. Problem is that they also, these guys are known to heal as well. We're faster, let's just attack. Okay, there we go. Yeah, getting Kasiz was definitely handy. This would have been a lot harder without it. But man, sometimes you just have to have a little bit of luck on your side. But unfortunately, Fairy Village is pretty devastated at this point.
佐の意識はまだ戻りませんが、一命は取り留めたようです。ありがとう勇者よ。あなたが来てくれなければ、私たちは今頃。
けど、いくら勇者が強くても、一人じゃこの世界全部は守れないでしょ。僕たちのこんな小さな里だって守れなかったじゃん。ごめんなさい。僕はただ僕に会いたいよ。
We can't give in to fear. If we run, then what happened to us will happen to others. The world won't be safe. So we have to be strong, and we have to keep going. The world is being swallowed by the Dragon Lord's darkness. And the only way to drive it back is with Rubus's help. Dain, we need to summon her as soon as possible. We need you to hurry. Alrighty. Looks like you have all the sigils. Alright, so we did have all the sigils, but yeah. There's nothing we can do, unfortunately. Because the Lyre of Ire is still not in our possession. Even if we'd run over to go get it, like, prior, wouldn't have been able to save this village. Anyways, probably should heal before I go running off anywhere else. Because I believe we need to go to Cole, and Cole is another big fight there, because we can't even get the Lyre of Ire because we need the ultimate key in order to do so. Sorry, Dain, I don't mean to be rude, but could you leave me alone for a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, whilst the chief is gonna live, a lot of fairies were taken out. You can actually see some of them are missing from some of the locations. Schlurp, schlurp. The cat looks like it's licking the slime's wounds. Ah. Oh, the poor slime got hurt too. But man, it really does suck for the fairies, considering, like, they have obviously... They've obviously been hiding away for a very long time, hoping to stay away from evil. And, like, twice evil has found them very easily. Because I'm pretty sure, like... Let's get rested up real quick before we continue. Problem is we have another boss battle, and it's against Spiketail, which is really annoying. And the game sort of expects you to be at least level 32. And as you can see, we're only 30. They expect us to just casually, mysteriously have 2 extra levels here. Alright. Let's warp outside the Citadel. See if we can get some more... Oh, actually we don't need to warp outside the Citadel. We actually have the location just outside of Weeping Isles. It's a little more dangerous, but there's a chance that you can get gold golems. But don't worry, you won't catch me getting that mirror shield. No mirror shield for me. Expect you to walk the entire way and fight everyone you encounter. I think so, yeah, instead of using zoom. Oh, sheesh. Can please just stop casually having, like, whack and stuff? That's scary. I don't like it. Let's get rid of that guy. Excuse me, this thing put me to sleep? I'm wearing the rousing ring. What on earth? We gotta get rid of that Umbra. I've seen it use whack twice, and I do not like it. Oh, the Umbra is resistant to ice. Okay, cool. Yeesh, that Umbra was a lot more dangerous. Also, if I had walked the entire way, I don't even think I'd have the levels, like, between here and, like, Cole. Actually, where is Cole from the fairies' fortress? Well, I guess it's a bit of a distance. Cole's all the way at the other side of the map. But still. Can things stop critting me, please? I'm not enjoying it. Yeah, I'm alive, I'm alive. Yeah. Has the princess even mentioned her home once? Nope. She knows we're on a sacred mission. And maybe it's like a case of like, I could be doing more outside rather than inside the castle. Because literally, once you take her back to the castle throughout the entire adventure, she only like pipes up 4-ish times, I think. And then never again, which... Well, seemeth that the lot of them. Nice work, me. It ain't Dain. Thou art yet alive and kicking, I see. Not that I would have expected any less from the likes of thee. Still it warmeth my massive heart to know that thou art well. And who, might I ask, is this fair maiden who standeth beside thee? Well met, sir. I am Gwaelin, Princess of Tantagal. A pleasure, I am sure. Princess of... What have you been up to, Dain? I believe that about summeth it up. Oh, blimey! Thou never ceases to amaze, Dain. Dragon, single-handed! Thou art tasty in a scrap and no mistake.
Indeed he is. Dain is, if thou wilt permit me, absolutely hard as nails.
Gwaelin, you're embarrassing me.
And what bringest thou to fair Galenholm, might I ask, Sir Robin?
I inspired to a strange cloud in the sky and did experience a foreboding most severe, which did lead me to peg it here to town right quick. 'Twas good that I did, for when I arrived, it was to see shed loads of monsters causing a right kerfuffle. I soon made short work of them with this here axe of mine. We fled in fear before the hatchet of justice. Getcha, thou rotters.
I think thou wilt find that we too played our part.
That thou wouldst claim to have driven back the horde single-handed, thou vainglorious rogue. We meet again. Rumours of thy deeds have been grand and many. Is it true that thou did free the Princess Gwaelin from her captivity? And I assume that thou wilt henceforth go to smite the source of darkness that assaileth the world? Of course. We too have not been found wanting in our efforts. Long have we trained since we met and hard, and yet still we struggle to protect even a single town. Thou art of the line of Erdrick, and thou art a true hero. This I understand more than ever.
So go forth and save the world. Know that Garenholm, at least, is in safe hands.
Precisely. Ahem. We leave the remainder of Alefgard in thy care. Never want to hear you specifically use the word peg in any context. Thou art a true hero. Not only doth Erdrick's blood flow through thy veins, his spirit floweth through thy soul. I see this now. And thus I do humbly ask, save us, save our world before it's too late. It is kind of funny that I guess Princess Gwaelin is not too bothered by Robin Hood just standing there. Alrighty. I've heard tell of an existence of a key. Yeah, the ultimate key. Yeah, we do have to come back to this place, specifically. I just realized there's a chest down there. Did I ever get that chest? I just noticed it right here. Aravista vest. I do not think I picked this up in my previous playthrough. Aravista vest. A glitzy gold waistcoat that awards the wearer with extra money every time they win a battle. Oh shoot, I really didn't pick this up. Oopsies. That would make grinding money a bit easier. Eek, back fiends, away, foul creatures. That would have been so useful. It would have been during my money grinding. My goodness. How did I not see that? Just at all. Oh, wait. Meow. Very important. Know that none hath ventured onto the grave of Galen and returned. Enter only if thou carest not for thy young life. Always go talk to the cat. Alright. There's nothing else we can do here. We actually just can't get into that area until we have access to, the ultimate key, so we might as well head off. It was just more that we got to see a bit of a cutscene. I don't think there's any other cutscenes that play around the areas, so... Cool. I love not being able to see. So apparently we need to have the, best to have the swallowtail because it helps take out the dragonflies we'll be fighting in the next area. But yeah, my only hope is we run into a couple of slimes. Because I think we're sort of at that point where, we're kind of at that point where... What I'm trying to say. We have to go up to that tower after this. Which is... Guess what? Kind of scary to do. These Umbras are terrifying, also. Okay, I had just enough MP. I'm waiting on that whack to hit. Yeah, I know. It's gonna happen at some point. I can technically, equip something to it. Let me just organize inventory a little bit. Take out 2 strong medicines. So yeah, we have... Take out 1 diamond. So the diamond actually protects you from insta-kill attacks like that. But it's gonna happen, I think, at least once. I don't think in our previous playthrough it happened, but then again, I mean, we did have to deal with the absurdity of being hit by like a ton of them all at once, if you remember. In I wish I saved that as a clip because it was a horrific situation of having all 4 party members hit by thwack and dying in 1 turn. Because I'm pretty sure it's a pretty low % chance. Like, I think it's 20% chance of hitting. It's like horn drills sort of thing. And the thing is that even in my, I think in 11, we had a situation where it took out 3 party members at once. Having all 4 party members taken out in 3 is probably the worst situation I've had, because at least in 11 you have backup characters. It's not just obviously the main 4 party. These Umbras are annoying. They deal a decent amount of damage too, which sucks. Because I know there's gold golems and stuff like that. They're definitely around here. And I think even the game says this is a good place to grind for levels. It's just outside this area. But I'm running into other things. At least we have trusty Gust Slash. Wow, are you kidding me? That crit did the exact amount of damage needed to kill me. That was exactly 116. Holy hell. The enemies have higher luck than I do. Oh god. Oh, cool. 49 damage. That did nothing. Oh right, I guess we are using the wrong weapon, but still. We literally just fought this as a boss, by the way. And now we've just run into another one and the game's like, yeah, I'm sure you can deal with this. Far out. I just fought this as a boss. I don't want to fight this again. At least there's only one of them. But still, they want their run back? Pretty much. Oh, okay, there we go. I just need the crit. Seed of Life. Thanks. After you, like, put me in the death range. Okay. What do I want to do? I'm having trouble grinding levels here. I know for a fact there are slimes here. Maybe I should just run from everything until the slimes show up. You now have a slightly better chance of living, pretty much. I'm close to another level. That's the thing. Because I'm pretty sure, like, this thing I had literally said go here as, like, one of the best options. Yeah, the Western Isle exterior. And it's supposed to be metal slimes and golden golems, not that I've seen any of them. Like, both of those options would be nice. The thing is that I feel like we're at a point in the game where we're very close to getting the true ending, because if I remember rightly, once we got to about a little past that battle up in the tower that we got stuck in, we were able to finish the rest of the game in not too long of a stream. So I don't think I want to really go too far beyond this point, so that we have at least a little bit of time for next stream. So I think what we'll do is what I might try and do, we'll see if we can beat Spiketail now, because we're at the 4-hour mark. We could probably end early today then. So I think today we'll try and see if we can beat Spiketail. And then call it there. Even if it is a bit early of a stream. So that we just have a little bit of something to do next stream, even if it's a quick stream. Because we'll have... And it'll also give me time to prep before the tower so I don't get soft-locked in the tower. With that gargoyle. Because, yeah, the Western Isle exterior is like the last grind point before we get into the Dragon Lord's castle. So I think that might be what I want to do, is just grind up levels there. Let's see what they suggest us fighting this guy with. We've got the Swallowtail. Because I remember this being annoying. This one's another one that's used the dragon mail and thing. And then switch that. Okay. See how this goes. Oh, there's a save point here, I think. Let's just quickly save. Alright, let's see how we go, even though we are a 1 level, or 2 levels under the recommended. Yeah, this section of the game is kind of like just a gauntlet. Please, I beg of thee, not the child! Into which shall we sink our fangs first? The meat of children is surpassingly succulent, and as such it shall make a fine dessert. Gahahaha! Indeed, indeed, the sweetest of meat. Thou hast a fine skull on those bony shoulders. Let us attack first the main course with gusto. Any last words? Evidently not. Back, demons! You shall not touch a hair on their heads! Beloved, art thou unharmed? 'Tis enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Thou wilt have ample time to continue thy heartwarming reunion in the next life. Tis thee, the tiresome do-gooder from the Weeping Isles. Canst thou not keep thy nose from others' businesses? Fine, then thou shalt be the first to visit the afterlife. Alrighty. The skeleton doesn't have taste buds or a stomach. Look, it's the thought that counts. Alright. Yeah, that just does a normal amount of damage. Dragon Slash does more damage. Yeah. No, it does actually the same amount of damage, actually. It's just probably cheaper. Hey, nice, 2 crits. Okay, so this is the reason they want you to grab the swallowtail. Is for these pests. Just to get rid of them quickly, essentially. Sheesh, I don't know if we'll live. Okay, we did get the first turn. Not a fan of the double, always like the aesthetics of these series need to play the games. Hey! Welcome back, Daft. Yeah, the funny thing is, it was like sort of the opposite for me for a while. I couldn't get over the art style for a long time because I kept seeing Dragon Ball Z and it was a bit like it put me off for a little while. That was a big mistake. I've thoroughly enjoyed the games I've played so far of this series. Acceleratle, not fun. What do I want to do here? I think I'll just keep attacking. But yeah, I joined in at around when Smash introduced the hero, and I started at 11. And now, in my roster of Dragon Quest games I've played 11, 3, 1, and Builders 2 so far. So, just to let you know what we're doing right now is, we are basically trying to get the true ending of Dragon Quest I, because last stream we did end up finishing the game. The game is a bit of a smaller title, so understandable in that regard. Was a little worried we were gonna get frozen there, but we got the heal off. Good. But yeah, the true ending is a slightly alternate ending compared to the regular ending, in which instead of going back to Tentacle with Princess Gwaelin, we have her join us for the journey. That dodge is not fun. Oh, that wasted our wild side. This Acceleratle on his side's not fun either. get a bit of MP back. Alright. Feels like he's stalling a little bit, which isn't helpful. Ugh. I need to do wild side, but I don't have the MP for it. It's getting a bit low. And I want to stay healthy. I mean, I do technically have a shield that the shield art of being able to heal. Get a tiny bit of MP back. I'm surprised he hasn't called his allies again. Can I not be frozen in fear, please? Might do a double here. I'm kind of glad that I am going after this guy though, because it gives me the opportunity to waste one of those freeze moans. Yeesh. Man is spamming at the moment. Holy hell. Might heal here. Yeah, big damage there. Come on, how much health does this guy have? Oh, this constant, like, frozen with fear is not helping at all. Yeah, I'm okay, I'm okay. There we go. I knew he was close, but... I knew he was close, but I just couldn't see the exit there. Holy hell. 11,000 EXP for beating him. At least we leveled up this time. That probably put us close to the next level up too. Holy hell. Curse is bested by a mere human. I'll be taking that. The fiend dropped something ere it faded. Ultimate key is ours now. My thanks, stranger. If thou hadst not come when thou didst, I know not what... Wait. Princess Gwaelin? I was part of the detachment sent to seek thee out when the fiends did spirit thee away. But I fled in fear for my life, and I returned here to the safety of my family. I abandoned thee. Forgive me, princess. Would that I might make amends for my unforgivable cowardice. To fear for one's life in the face of such fiends is only natural.
As thou canst plainly see, I am alive and well. There is no need for apology, nor for recrimination. Be at peace. Thank you, Highness. I do not deserve such magnanimity. Truly thou art gracious indeed. Now thou comest once more to my aid, Dain. I fear I cut a far from heroic figure. Nonsense! Thou art a hero in mine eyes, father. Thou didst come to mine and mother's aid in our time of greatest need, and right handily too. Indeed, and hadst thou not, we would surely have been devoured. Thou art a hero in both our eyes, beloved, and ever shalt thou be so. Full thankful am I to you both. The thought of losing my wife and child was 1,000 times worse than that of losing my own life. Before I knew it, I was charging at the fiend like a man possessed. I've recovered my courage, for I know now wherefore I must fight. And fight I shall, to protect the two of you and my home both. Alrighty. Also, yeah, fun fact, that's the Warhammer. Looks very familiar. But anyways, we now have the ultimate key, so we actually can now access a lot of little nooks and crannies we normally couldn't have accessed prior. So we can head back to the Citadel and actually get the last two chests that are in there too. But as I did say before, I think this is where we're going to wrap up stream. It's a little bit early, but I think this is a good wrap-up point. Plus... Ooh. RJ is playing Tomodachi Life. Understandable. You already used up your Mecha Use. Don't be acting like you could use the second one. You used it, remember? Yak. Demon Whip. It's probably hand. Oh wait, I remember this. I was like, ooh, Demon Whip, and equipped it and found I was cursed, so we're not gonna touch that. Not this time around. It's one short there. But yeah, I think this is a good place for us to wrap up, and it'll give me time to do some grinding of levels as well, so that it won't be as bad getting to the final part of the game, because we're pretty much in the final act, and I think we'll basically finish the game next stream. A lot of our games are currently in that area of almost finished. I can think of ZA and DK Bonanza being in that area. But I believe, let me take a gander real quick. Yes, Crescent is playing Baldur's Gate. I believe they are currently playing through that, so that might be an interesting stream. Let's see if there's... Let's send some of you guys over there if you might be interested in seeing that game. Let's see. I believe that's spelt correctly. Hey, I have enough people to send a raid over. Woo, let's go. But yeah, I think we did pretty well getting to this point. We managed to clear a good chunk of the game that we weren't able to last time. I mean, we easily bypassed that golem that we got stuck on the second, I think, stream. So that's a pretty big part. And I think we only have like maybe 2 to 3 more major battles before the final battle. But yeah. I'll probably go around and collect any things we might be missing, any mini-medals and stuff like that. And we will head towards the, I guess, the final act of the game. We still have the tower to clear and everything that's past the tower. But other than that, I guess I will see you guys tomorrow, because I believe we'll be doing DK Bonanza tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get close or maybe even finish that game. But we'll have to see when we get there. For now,
I guess we will close things there. So until next time, take care, everybody.